Hello.
What's up?
What's up? So I'm Bex Books, and Nina, do you want to introduce yourself?
Books with Neen.
Yow! So, we're going to be reading today for a little bit. Nina, what are you reading?
Crown of Midnight.
Ooh.
I have like 100 pages left. And I feel like it's just starting to get interesting. Like probably like the first 200 pages, I was like, I'm bored.
Oh, yeah?
But like the last 100 pages, I'm like, oh shit, what's going to happen? I don't know. But I'm excited to find out.
I'm excited to see what you think of the whole series, just because I haven't read that series yet, as you know.
What are you reading?
Oh, what am I reading? I am reading from a grocery store near you. This mass market book, but I love this series. I've been reading it since I was in high school. It's by Janet Ivanovich, Top Secret 21. I have read 20 before this one books in this series. That I feel like is a commitment. I don't know how many books there's going to be in this series before they stop. I don't know.
That's a commitment.
That is a commitment. Would you ever, have you ever been interested in a book you saw at a grocery store ever?
You're like glitching in and out.
You are too. I don't know if it's us.
Am I?
Yeah.
You're fine now though.
Okay.
You're good.
Okay. What was the last thing you heard?
Grocery store. Yeah. You said something about a grocery store.
Okay. I was asking.
But that you read 20 of these books.
Yeah, so that's a huge commitment. And I was wondering, have you ever bought a book at a grocery store? Like ever? Like ever?
No.
I don't buy these.
I feel like all the books at grocery stores are like not good.
They're not.
I mean, and there could be some bangers in there. I will never know because I will never pick one up from the grocery store.
I dare say that Janet Ivanovich is actually really good, but you'll see Stephen King and you'll see Taylor Jenkins Reid, and I'm like, why are you here, guys? You're so much better than this. Like, how did you end up on these shelves?
I think what happens is when authors write so many books, like Stephen King, like comes out with like 30 books a year. It's like, why not have them at the grocery store? Like people who write a lot, because I feel like you're bound if you write more than 5 books. I'll say 10, more than 10 books a year. They can't all be great.
No, they can't.
Right? So it's like, okay, let's sell it at the supermarket.
But what about Taylor Jenkins Reid? Because she doesn't. I want to know what conversation led her to think that she's written really well-loved books by lots of people. I don't know. I have no idea. Okay, I'm going to see what people are saying. Andrew's halfway through A Darker Shade of Magic, and he's enjoying it. Yeah, he doesn't read a lot of fantasy, so I'm glad that you're liking it, Andrew. Also reading comic books and Luda and Clown in a Cornfield.
Hell yeah.
Have you heard of Luda? I know you've heard of
I have.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've heard of both of them. I haven't gotten to either of them. But I have them because on Hoopla and Libby, I have them saved. I'll get to them eventually.
One day.
But they're not top priority.
Yeah. I feel like the books that I own that I haven't read, it's starting to get out of control where I don't know how long it's going to take me, or I probably own books that I forgot that I own. And one day I'll probably accidentally buy a book a second time or something, not realize.
Right?
Right.
That's my worst nightmare.
Yeah. You've never done it
Like
yet?
forgetting that I bought a book and then buying it again. I would be mortified.
Yeah. Hello, Heather. Hello. Okay. Hi. Hi, all. Halfway through Remarkably Bright Creatures. Hate to say it as it's a popular book, but I'm bored. That's okay. That's okay.
I find that with a lot of popular books.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the time they're so hyped up when you actually read them, they don't hit. Because you have like this, or at least with me, I have like this unrealistic expectation that it's gonna like blow my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And then I read it and I'm like, okay.
And like it makes me really want to understand, like, people's brains must be so much different than mine. Whenever I read something, I'm like, wow, that was trash. And then and then other people love it. I'm like, how does their brain work compared?
Right?
Right. Okay. Have you ever bought, okay, grocery store? It's because he's in the room. Andrew is my husband. To anybody watching that doesn't know, I am married to this person. All right, let's see here. I have a rule. I have a rule that if I can buy it at my local Kroger, I won't read it. You know, Heather, I think about you sometimes whenever I read this series. That you'll never read it. Never. It's really funny though. It's a really funny series. I stand by it. I'll take it to the grave. Let's see here. They are just popular books for the area. I don't have the same interests as my community, so we just don't drive. Yeah, that's fair too. That's fair. Sometimes when I go to airports and I've been like, I land, I go into this new place and I look at their books, I'm like, what is this? This new book around me. Yeah. Let's see here. It's all Colleen Hoover and Erin Hildebrand and Jody. I don't know how to say her last name.
Picoult, maybe?
Picoult, no thanks. Yeah, there's never a Colleen Hoover book at my grocery stores. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. I've never seen one. Only at Barnes & Noble. So, yeah.
I mean, we go grocery shopping at the commissary and they don't have any books there, so I don't know what like a normal grocery store book section looks like since like the last time I went to a regular one. That's been a while.
Man, the military doesn't read. They don't
No. No. Not at all.
Not at all. Normie junk. Oh, book fast food. Yeah, no, this is definitely fast food though. I do have to say that. I read really freaking slow, and in one sitting I read 74 pages and I was like, wow. That
also, it's like when you read a book and you're not annotating it, it's like so shocking how fast you go through it. Because I like when I'm annotating, I don't realize like how much time I'm spending like with the tabs and writing in and highlighting. So then when I'm not annotating a book, I'm like, damn, I read fast.
I cannot even not tab. Like I actually am tabbing this book. Why I could not tell you. But
well, I've had a bunch of like horrible experience. Not horrible. It's my own fault. But it's like I'll be so excited to read a book, and then I'm like, I'm gonna annotate it. And then I get like 10 chapters in, and I'm like, I hate this book. I don't want to annotate it anymore. And it's like I wrote in pen.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like, what am I gonna do?
I'll tell you what
stuck with me.
I bestow upon all of like the little free libraries all of my thoughts. whoever like goes.
Yo, that's what I should do.
They know me probably more than they should, but I don't do it very often. I would say like once a year I do like a massive unhaul, and I'm like, it's painful for me to unhaul. I don't know. I like I think it's Books and Lala. She was saying how there's bookworms and then there's book dragons. Bookworms, they actually consume and eat books. Book dragons, they just hoard books and like just like happily look at them all. Yep. I bought the Love Hypothesis in the supermarket and smiley face. See, yeah, that's a really
so maybe they've like improved their selection.
right. Probably.
I would like to think so. Like
I'd
more popular books instead of like unheard of random.
Lost Memory Unlocked. I would never have read Stephen King if he wasn't in a grocery store, because I used to I would not have been allowed to buy or bring home a Stephen King book. And so my parents would be like, "Can you run into the store for us and get milk?" And they would give me cash. I would get books out. I didn't have places to sneak books in. So Stephen King. Yeah, I remember that. That's how I read my first Stephen King book.
Wow.
I'm trying to remember. What my first Stephen King book was. Give me a second to remember, because I don't remember off the top of my head. That's going to bother me. I don't remember. Okay, let's see here. Heather. Actually, I like this stuff. What? You do? No way. How many have you read? Oh my God. I don't know anybody else that have I don't know. Heather, you've read these? I'm so excited right now. I've wanted to talk to somebody about these books, and I knew there had to be other people that read them, because they sell them at Barnes and Noble, and they're there every time. They don't just leave after being published. They stay. How many of these have you read? And are you a Ranger or a Morelli fan? Tell me everything. That makes me really excited. Dare I say, Nina, that if you ever asked me to pick out a book for you to read, or you were doing something, I might tell you One for the Money by Janet Ivanovich.
Yeah.
Just Heather's given me the confidence to do this. Thank you, Heather. Okay. We had already read them, but you got the Love Hypothesis, which is amazing. Great deal. But I don't see them at Kroger. Okay. Yeah, I definitely see these at my grocery store. These and Stephen King, and Taylor Jenkins Reid, and then people that I have no idea. Nora Roberts, yeah. I haven't annotated in ages. I forget that I can. I'm just giving that up. Okay. It's not for everybody. Not for everybody. Little libraries overstuffed, brimming with books. I know, whenever I finally do one haul, I'm just squishing them in. Have you ever just stopped at a little library or thought about it?
No, because I never lived in a neighborhood, so it's now we live in a nice neighborhood, so I'm maybe I will.
It's funny because sometimes I go to a little library and it's all adult stuff, but then there's other little libraries that are very obviously just for children. But I'm here on a mission, so I'm shoving all these adult books into the little library. I'm somebody's mom or dad will be very pleased to find something for them as well. Right. Next time I'm at Kroger, I'm taking a picture to send to y'all. Do it. Show us your local basic community reading days. I think I've read maybe 4. Okay. Yeah, you have to space them out, because if you don't, they can be repetitive. But if you space them out, they're always a warm blanket to curl back into. It's a safe space. You know you'll love it. Cozy bounty hunter mystery. Yeah. And also just really funny. And I wonder how one thing is that I'm in current times with the series, but I wonder how the first book has aged in comparison to like the current times, because it was written like early 2000s, like when the series started.
What number are you on now?
21.
And how many are there?
There's 28 or 29.
Okay.
So, and she's gone strong. I don't see
Good for her.
Yeah, no, and people, I mean, I buy them. People buy them. So it's been ages, but I'll go with Ranger. Okay. I support this decision. So Ranger and Morelli are like the two love interests. It's very much that like Jacob and Edward kind of vibe. Is there a love interest in the series you're reading? What trope are we looking at?
There's kind of like, which I hate this trope, but it's not bothering me too much in Throne of Glass, but it's like kind of a love triangle.
Okay.
I usually hate that trope so much. But it's not bothering me as much as I thought it was gonna bother me.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I think
it's like I'm not here to like analyze these books. I'm just here for like a good time, something that I don't have to think about too hard, and just be like, oh, okay, that just happened. Moving on.
when you read, Andrew asked me this a while back, and I found it, I don't know how, I've never thought about it, so I'm going to ask you. Do you picture yourself as like a ghost, just like kind of watching the situation? Do you picture yourself as the main character? How do you perceive the story?
I guess like,
or is there a different way you perceive it that I didn't state?
Yeah, I mean, I guess like Ghost. Like I'm just watching.
Same. In a way,
yeah, like a little creeper. I'm just there observing.
Just sitting
like
in the
really
corner of the room, like wow.
Sometimes it gets awkward, man. Those sex scenes, I'm like,
just
in the corner.
I'm like a ghost. I'm just there, like
I'm just sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever read a book and like put myself in the shoes of the main character.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I probably like thought like, oh, if I was in her shoes, I would have done this. But it's like when I'm reading, I don't envision myself as that character.
Yeah.
I'm just like observing.
Same. But I think, and I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Andrew said he pictures himself as the character. And I think there is actually a lot of people that do. I'm wrong?
I see it like a movie.
Oh, he sees it like a movie. That's what he said. So it's like a different perspective. So like, and he watches a lot of movies. That's fair. But I feel like I get more engrossed than it being a movie. Like I feel like, I remember one time me and you were reading, and I was reading Martin Chuzzlewit, and they were arguing, and it was like 2:00 in the morning. I was so tired, and I was like delirious. Like these just people arguing for pages.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh my god, you guys are making me stressed.
You were reading, and then we took a break, and you're like, I feel so awkward right now.
I was like, this is so stressful. They need to stop fighting. Good stuff, man.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Her hamster. Yes. Okay. In this book series, she has a hamster. But my question, I think about this way too much. I think about how is the hamster still alive? Because I had a hamster and I know their lifespan. And yeah, the hamster wouldn't be alive still.
They get stressed so easily and they die. Like anything could happen. You could be like microwaving popcorn and it'll get startled and just die.
But here's the thing. Her apartment, so we talk about stress. Her apartment gets like burned. Her cars get exploded. People have her at gunshot. People like die in her apartment. Like so much happens. And so something that I actually like had like a moment where I was just like, I need to come to a conclusion to continue on. And I was like, okay, she's not telling us because Stephanie Plum she avoids responsibility. She avoids adulthood. She doesn't deal with conflict. It would be so Stephanie Plum to like pretend her hamster hasn't died, but get a new hamster and just name it Rex and pretend that it's the same hamster. And I'm like, that has to be what's happening.
It's actually just a rat.
Right?
Right?
That's the only way that this would make sense because she does get older. Like, it starts off with her, I believe she's in her 20s and like now she's in her 30s. So she like, a decade has passed. But her hamster's always just there. So I'm like, okay, it has to be a new
That's
hamster.
not real.
That's not real. Voyeurs. What?
Like,
You're reading, looking at people's lives.
Oh, he's saying when we're reading, we're voyeurs through people's lives. That's so poetic. Beautiful. 10 out of 10. Hello. I'll lurk here. Yes, please lurk here. Yes. When you read a book, do you picture yourself being like a ghost in the room with the characters? Do you see it as a movie? Do you picture yourself as the character? Or is it something else? How does your brain work? Tell us. Let's get deep. I feel like I'm watching events through a fog. Nothing is ever super clear, but I can perceive it all. Does that make sense? Yes. And sometimes it's frustrating because like when I'm starting a book and you just like get dropped in this world, I'm like, what the, like, I feel like I lost all my memory and I'm just in this world. I'm like, what is happening? Where am I? How does everybody know each other? Can you please let me know? Yeah. Yeah. You ever feel that way?
yeah.
Yeah.
But I also feel like books that like they have like that amnesia trope that works so well.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. No,
Because it's like you're trying to figure stuff out as the character's trying to figure stuff out.
Sometimes when I figure something out, but they don't, I'm like, can you figure this out? You're trying. I'm like, it's right here. I'm like, come on. She's O. She's O? What does this mean?
It shouldn't have been there.
Oh, okay. That was.
I said she's on her 5th hamster. It's coming.
Oh, it's this one. She's on her 5th hamster. Yeah. 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 I think she is. I'm like mentally doing math. Maybe a few less, but somewhere around there. Oh, and she also doesn't feed it correctly because I owned a hamster. She rarely gets hamster food. She just is like, oh, I'm eating olives. Here's an olive. But it could be like, I'm eating bread. Here's a piece of bread.
Yikes. Yikes.
Heather, well, I've only read 4, so I didn't even know that the hamster was still alive. Yes. The hamster, whichever hamster is still alive. Quite so. One of the early books, like 3 or 4, she thought the hamster was murdered, and I almost cried. He was fine. Yes, how dare they? The amount of times where I've worried about this hamster's life through this series. Unneeded stress. Oh my goodness. Like there was one time where her house the place she's living, literally a bomb was dropped in it. And like, she's like worrying about her hamster. This is like on like this thing. And then like I think the guy that bombed it took the hamster out. Like, I don't know. This book is like nonsense.
Okay.
These books are ridiculous. It's really funny. It's so funny, honestly. Okay. I think it's like a movie, but more intense. Yes. Yes. Agreed.
And I also think that it depends on the book that you read.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I feel like at some point I felt all of the ways. You know, I've read a book and seen it like a movie, or, you know, like if it's a fog. I feel like I've had all those feelings while reading a book. I think it just depends what book it is for me, I guess.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, and I think like when I read plays, it's harder for me to get into it because it doesn't connect with my way of like picturing a story, because it's like, I don't know, it just throws me off. And I think it's more like a movie, in my opinion. I guess like I see it almost like a movie script.
It reads more disjointed.
Yeah, I'm like, my brain hurts. And I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. But I have no idea what books you're talking about, but it sure sounds wild. I'm talking about the Stephanie Plum series by Janet Ivanovich. Best book at your local grocery store that you can find. 10 out of 10. Do we want to read?
Yeah.
I beforehand had found a good timer for the stream to like use. It's 45 minutes. Does that sound pretty good?
Yeah.
I will take off the comment. Oh, here. Hold on. Oh, I feel like I read one of those like years ago. Yeah, definitely could be, because they're still being written. The series is still going, but they've been going around since I was like a freshman in high school when I picked up the first book. Probably even before that, like a few years. Yeah. Okay. Let me make this bigger. Hold on. 1 second. Okay. Okay. So it just shows that for now, but I'm going to jump back over. But we can go ahead and get started. I'm going to mute myself and I'll see everybody in 45 minutes, okay? Hello.
Hi.
Hey. How'd you do? How did everybody do?
Did pretty good. I don't know how many pages I got.
How many
And
do
I got distracted because Moose came here.
I saw that.
She's been hiding since we got Fig.
Fig.
Yeah, Moose is definitely pissed
So
about
tell
it.
everybody about Fig.
She's adorable. I love her. Yeah, she's very sweet, very calm for a puppy. She's very, very smart. She already knows how. I mean, we got her, 2-3 days ago? She's good with going to the bathroom. She already knows how to sit when we tell her to sit. And Otis is being really sweet with her. It's just Moose is she's pissed. And like Moose is bigger than Fig. But Moose is still like she won't go downstairs, so we had to move all of her food upstairs.
Yeah.
So I think I might move her litter box upstairs just for the time being until she's not as scared
Mm-hmm.
to go downstairs. So it's like every few hours, RJ and I will switch and we'll come up here and hang out with Moose, so she doesn't feel abandoned.
Oh, poor baby.
Yeah, so Moose isn't happy, but she'll adjust.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like we wanted to adopt a second dog for a while, and a lot of the dogs at the shelter.
Oh no.
Oh, am I here?
Okay,
That was
now you're
weird.
here. It went out for just a second. It was talking about there was a lot of dogs at the shelter.
Yeah, there were a lot of dogs at the shelter that were great with other dogs, but not with cats. So we're like, we don't want to get a big dog and then have it attack Moose.
Yeah.
You know, like, no. So we figured a puppy was
The best bet.
better option to be like, leave the cat alone.
Yeah.
You know, so we could live in peace. So that's what we're doing. I think it'll take Moose like 2 weeks to feel comfortable.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, we just got her back like a month ago.
Yeah.
And it took her like 2 weeks to adjust to the new house. And then it's like now we brought in a new dog, so it's a lot of change for
what
her.
What a time. Moose is like,
Yeah.
what is happening?
It's been one thing after another, so I think everyone, including the animals, are exhausted.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel like Louie and Pebbles are just now, like, they're frenemies. Because this morning, actually, when I woke up, they were sitting next to each other. And that is
5 months.
5 months. Groundbreaking. But Louie is not your average guy.
Mama's
2
boy.
weeks is probably normal. Louie is about 5 months.
Yeah.
He's neurotic. I have a crazy cat. I love him to death, though. He's my best. He's a bestie for sure.
Wow.
Oh, he just leaned into me.
Precious.
Yes. Moose is Moose right there? I can't see Moose, but is Moose right there?
Let's see. She's like,
Aw. Okay, yeah, I'll do the same thing. Let me show everybody. That's my arm. But there's Louie right here. Hey, Bubba's. Wow. Cat friends on sprints.
Great.
Love it. Oh, but you were saying you didn't, like, how many more pages do you have left?
Like 50.
Wow. So you read about 50 pages.
Yeah.
Because you had like 100 before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm also like, I'm so exhausted. I feel like I'm reading it and I understand it, and then I don't remember it.
I like because like of our conversation before, we're like a ghost. I like picture you as a ghost in the story, and you're like, I don't give a fuck. Like, the people
I'm like,
the world is into.
I'm like, okay, sure. Yeah, so I might have to like reread a little bit and be like, okay, like what actually happened.
Yeah.
But you know what? I just don't feel like it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna keep reading, and if I don't remember, then I'll remember in the next book.
Yeah. Right. They'll remind me. Andrew, some 30 something pages of a darker shade of magic. Since you're right here, did you like those 30 pages? He's nodding. That doesn't. I think he's camera shy.
She said, did I like those 30 pages?
Yeah. Yeah. He liked them. They were good. Love that for him. Love that for you. 39 pages of remarkably bright creatures. I'm going to look up the book on Goodreads because I don't know off the top of my head what book you're reading. Remarkably bright creatures. Oh, yeah. This is about an octopus. It's the same. You read A Man Called Ove, right, Nina?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same author.
Is it?
Yeah.
Frederick Bachman?
No. Shelby Van Pelt.
Yeah, no, that's a
for
different author.
chance. I messed up. It's similar, though.
Yeah, I've been wanting to read that book for a while. Just like not in the headspace right now for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing it's hard hitting. I haven't read it, but my brother, who is a marine biologist, he read it because I bought it for him for Christmas one year, and he said he really liked it. So it's on like my list for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't read. It's Sherry. I'm going to read The Immortality Thief next sprint. And then before I forget, are you liking it? Is it good? What are your thoughts? And then I'm going to look up this book too. Let's see here. The Immortality Thief. Okay, so this is a series. Okay. I'm getting like The Expanse or like Leviathan Wakes vibe from that cover. Is this new? Let's see. Okay, so the first book came out October last year, so that's new. That's new to me. That is a newborn book, in my opinion. So many books, so little time. Are you liking it, Sherry? Have you ever heard of that book, Nina? I hadn't heard of it. I have not. Lydia just started reading Almost There. Wow, let me see. And who's the author? Because there's actually a couple books with that same name. So let us know. Okay. It's getting a bit better, and that's for The Remarkably Bright Creatures, 4.46 on Goodreads. Yeah, that's a high rating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like with a hard-hitting book like that, it's going to be highly rated. Oh, hi, Oliver.
I mean, I really like the cover of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like I could see myself reading that in summer, and I would probably like pick it up for a cruise, but it's sad, right? So I'd be like crying on a cruise ship, like reading this book about the octopus. Let's see here. It's supposed to be spooky, and that's The Immortality Thief.
Interesting.
So like I'm picturing Leviathan Wakes, which is sci-fi meets spooky, and I'm intrigued. I am intrigued. The first half of Remarkably Bright Creatures is a bit boring. It's sweet, but not a lot happens. Hoping the second half is better. There's this other book that is also about an octopus, but it's based off of it's nonfiction, I believe, but it's like this guy, he would go scuba diving every single day and meet up with an octopus friend. Like they became besties. And then it's like the octopus's whole entire life.
Wow.
Yeah. And there's a documentary as well on it. And the documentary made me cry. So I'm assuming that the book would make me cry. And is it like that? Because I like kind of think it is, but I'm not sure. Let's see here. I read just a couple of pages last night and it sounded promising. I love that. It's like reading a book is like going on a date and the first few pages are going well and you're like, wow, this might actually be a good time. All right, and the author is Farah Rotchen, and that was for Almost There. So let's see.
I don't mean to be rude, but I'm going to leave because I'm very tired.
That's fine.
And I'm going to go check on the pup and make sure that she's okay and try to figure out what to eat for lunch because all I had to eat today was Cheetos, and I feel like that's not sufficient.
That is not sufficient. So I'll text you.
Okay.
And send me pictures of the puppy. And
all right. It was fun sprinting. Bye.
Fun sprinting. Okay. I'm going to continue sprinting for a while here. So let's buckle up. Okay. So I was looking up Almost There by Farah Rotchen. So let's see. Ooh. Okay, that's what the cover looks like. Okay, so this is based off of Tiana from the, oh my god, what is that movie called? But it's the one that's got the frogs. I love frogs. And the fact that I'm not remembering the name of the movie.
The Princess and the Frog?
The Princess and the Frog, is that what it's called?
The Disney movie?
Yeah. Is it The Princess and the Frog? I'm going to look it up right now. I think you're right. But it's a book based off of that. Yeah. Wait, The Princess and the Frog came out in 2009? The movie came out in 2009? That's freaking forever ago. What? I don't feel like it should be that long ago. How is time going by so fast? Well, that's cool. I really do want to read some of like the books based off of the Disney characters like they have for the villains. I've seen those at Target. But okay, I think we're going to do another sprint to get going here. And we'll do another 45. I'm going to go ahead and bring that on. So we're going to restart this. Hold on. Read Ice Planet Barbarians. I will read Ice Planet Barbarians. I need to understand what everybody's talking about. Everybody rates it so low, but then they're like, I'm going to keep reading. Like, I need to understand. I want to know more. What is this? Okay. So there's like a break. Well, that's really cool. So we'll just keep going with it then. So we'll start in 30 seconds. Has anybody read Ice Planet Barbarians? Because I would love to hear your thoughts on Ice Planet Barbarians. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to see what the average rating is while we wait for the timer. So 3.67. Okay. We're going to go. I'll see you guys in 45 minutes. Hello, hello. Let me turn off this thing really quick. But how did everybody do? Let me know. There we go. How many pages did you guys read? Let's see how I did. 1 second. Let's see how I did. So I got to page 140. So I'm starting to get through it. I read about 30 pages. Let's see here. Heather. And this is Ice Planet Barbarian. So you liked it. That's good. Oddly wholesome. Wholesome. Interesting. I need to read it. I need to understand. Made it to page 62. Nice, nice. So you're getting through that first impression. Andrew, you fed the cats. He indeed did feed the cats. And you're barely getting into cornfield clown. Do not remember the exact name. But yeah, I have something that I want to do with y'all. Let me read the comment. 38 pages of remarkably bright creatures, 72% through. Let's see here. That's good. You're almost done. You're past the halfway mark. So that's always fun. Okay. Welcome. I joined a little bit before the end of the sprint and read 10 pages of Nicole Yoon's The Sun is Also a Star. Less than 100 pages until I'm done. Ooh, let me look up this book. Let's see here. The Ice Planet Barbarians cover, man. That is wild. Okay, so it's called The Sun is Also a Star. Okay, I've seen this cover before. I'm gonna look at what the genre is. So it's young adult romance contemporary. Very cool, very cool. It says that people that have liked this book also liked All the Bright Places by Jennifer Niven, which I have read, and I love that book. That book made me cry. So interesting. Are you liking it? You're almost done. What are you picking up next? And that brings me into what I want to do with you guys, because I always read 3 physical books at a time, and I currently only have 2 that I'm physically reading. And something that I was doing on my channel before I went on a hiatus, I've mainly been on hiatuses on my channel, but we're fine, is I started doing Cards Against Humanity. And I wanted to pull a card on here. And we'll see, because it could be where the first card is just like so inappropriate that I just like, we're going to do something else, but I'm going to read them on here. I'm just going to do it. Yeah, same question. How is it? I don't own it though, but I do want to know what you think of it, because I'll add it to my list of books to buy if you like it. But I'm going to shuffle these and we'll see what happens. Let's see here. I don't think it's entirely for me, but it's pretty good. I think I would have liked it more at a different time in my life. I hate when that happens. Seriously. When people tell me that they're reading, like, for example, the Harry Potter series, I'm like, oh, I'm so jealous, because I would love to reread that series for the first time because it was so magical for me. But then I also think, would it hit the same way? So you never know. It's just like, if it's meant to be, it'll come at the right time. Lydia. I'm so excited for the new Twisted Tale to come out. It's called When You Wish Upon a Star by Elizabeth Lim. It's expected to come out on April 4th of this year. Okay, well, that's just around the corner. That's just around the corner. Heart back to you. Okay, I'm going to shuffle. Let's see. I'm nervous. It's not like I'm monetized or anything like that, so if I read something, it's fine. It's all good. Okay. All right. Let's see. My next book is going to be a childhood fave, the movie at least, The Neverending Story by Michael Ende. Nice. Speaking of movies with books, I watched Red Sparrow for the very first time. It was either last night or the night before last. And I really enjoyed it. And it makes me want to read the book. And I don't know. I haven't heard anybody really like talk about it at all much, but I really liked it. The only thing is that it's a series, and I actually, for when I pull this card, I have all of the books in the series that I need to pick up for me to choose from. Hopefully the card prompt will match one of these books, because these are the series that I'm currently in, and I think that we should be able, they're like falling, there's so many of them. We should be able to make it work. There's plenty here. But yeah, I need to finish some series before I start a new one. But okay, let's see. Yeah, I don't I really don't want to say this. Should I say this, Andrew? No. Okay, I'm not gonna say it, but it's of a sexual fashion, and I don't feel comfortable. So, five skin. Yeah, that's what it is. Moving on. We're gonna do a different card. Let's see. Oh, and if you don't know what Cards Against Humanity, I should have said this already. Cards Against Humanity it's a game that people usually play while they're drinking. We're all sober, or at least I'm sober. So, but it's inappropriate cards. And there's usually like a question, and you read them at random and you decide which one's the funniest. Whoever put the card down wins. But we're just using them to determine what book I should read next, because that sounds like a great idea. Okay, Andrew, your services are needed. Can I read this one to the public, to the world?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, why not? Okay.
I've never seen that one before.
Yeah, I've never seen this card before. We have so many of these cards. I'm nervous. Okay. So the prompt is going to be blue smoke coming out of my anus.
You can just say what?
My butt, yeah. That's what I should have said. Okay, so that's the prompt. My husband's laughing at me. So I feel like blue. That's the prompt. There's no blue books in this stack. So, is there smoke? Let's see if there's smoke. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think there's smoke on this one. Okay. I think that's what I'm going to pick then. So this is Ink Death by Cornelia Funk. This is the last book in this series. And there's a little fire here. And then this is, you know what, there is blue on this book. That's definitely blue. Okay. So this is it. This is the book. I'm really excited. I've never read this one. So back, I don't know, maybe middle school, I read Inkheart, which is the first book in the series, and I read Ink Death. And so, or no, sorry, Inkspell, which is the second book. But I never got around to this one, the last book in the series. And so this is the first time to read it. And there's a movie based off of that book as well. So, or the first book anyways. They never made any more. It's so huge. I'm like looking at the size of it. It is, let's see how many pages it is. 699 pages. So that is a big boy. But are there any books with butts? I'll look. I'm like, let me see. Me going to my shelf to figure out what is the most butt forward title on my TBR. I mean, I own way too many books. I own unread books. I own 183 unread books. So, do any of them have a butt on the cover? I don't know. I'll get back to you, but I'm going to for sure pick this one. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to look for a new timer. So let me share my screen. Does anybody have a preference for timers or aesthetic background, whatever we can search on YouTube to play in the next sprint? Let me know. I'm going to look in the meantime, though, to see what I find. I'm going to share my screen. You guys will be along for the adventure. Let's see here. Here, why don't I remove? I'll take off the comment. But okay. I just started getting into this timer kind of style recently. I don't know if anybody else has started doing that. I like the 45 minutes. Let's see here. Okay, we have like a tropical one. Any ideas? Let's see if anybody said anything. Yesterday, I wrote down my entire TBR, which is 92 books. It took me an hour and a half. Yeah, sometimes I'll just like go and stand in, because I have several shelves. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 shelves, about to be 7. And so sometimes I'll just stand in front of a bookshelf and just like stare at my books and just try to like remember what I have. I need to make like an Excel sheet, because why not? That sounds like a great way to spend a Saturday. Did you find books that you forgot you even owned? Has that happened? Or got re-excited about a book that you weren't excited about before? Let's see here. I don't know what the mood is. have so many books on my TBR. I seriously doubt I'll get through them in a lifetime. Yeah, no, I completely get that. I'm reading this book, Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens, and the print is so tiny. It's honestly microscopic. And so it's taking me a really long time to read. And I try to read like one classic or nonfiction and then 2 more fun books, but I own so many like classics or nonfictions that it's going to take me so long to get through those. I don't even know if I'm going to do it. I really don't, of what I already own. So it's a struggle, man. I have 3 books that I own from my TBR. The rest I haven't gotten yet. Interesting. Yeah. I remember back when I was in high school, I wouldn't just keep books that I haven't read. I would wait until I finished a book and then I'd go get a new book. And I'm like, who was that person? Because I don't know. I never thought just to like have books back then. And wow, that's definitely changed. I managed to lower my TBR from 602 books to 250 because I felt more overwhelmed than motivated. Yeah, I felt overwhelmed for like a short time, but then I kept on just telling myself I own a bookstore where if I can't go to a bookstore out in the wild or out in the world, I can just go into my shelves and find a book. And I just like look at it as something exciting, or I try to. But yeah, no. The fact that more books get published every single year, and they're writing them right now. As we speak, authors are writing books. It's just never going to end. It's pretty wild. Every year, I put together a little TBR shelf for the next year, so I at least glance at all the books on my shelves while I do that. Yeah, that's fair. I have it was from a Luminacrate box. I have these, what are they called? Bookends. I was like, what? Brain fart. I have these bookends that are based off of the Greenbone saga. I love them. And I just keep like a couple of books within those bookends, and those are like immediate TBR kind of thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. I'll buy books. I just won't add them to my TBR, but I might pick them up randomly if I feel like it. Yeah. I try to read the books that I've had the longest. I try to make those my immediate TBRs, and then series. And I was doing the bingo game last year, and it was really fun at first, but then it started stressing me out because it was like ruining like what books I'd had on my shelf the longest. It was keeping me away from series, and it just really got to be too stressful. But I think as long as I finish my series, I'm okay. Like that is the defining factor. If I can finish the series, then I don't like whatever else I end up reading, it's fine. Like it doesn't, the balancing of reading the books that I've prioritized and want to read and own, it's fine. But okay, let's look at the thing here. I think I'm just going to do, instead of doing a timer, I'm just going to put reading, music, lo-fi. Let's see here. I'm looking. Yeah. He's cuddling with our kitten. Okay. Okay. So not too long ago, I was talking to some people that like to read, and we were talking about reading to Twilight music. And I'm not gonna lie, I kind of feel like I want to be that person that does that on my channel. Is that okay with everybody? Are we okay with Twilight reading music? Okay, there we go. I'm like, ew, the ad. Okay, so I'll pause that for just a second. But yeah, I'm thinking another 45-minute sprint. That sounds like fun. Perfect. I'm glad we're all on the same page. We can read to some Twilight, have some nostalgia. And yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and get us into that next sprint. I'm thinking I might go for a couple more rounds. Let me, after this one, let me just find out where my husband's state of mind is. But we'll go ahead and get into this one. And I'll see you guys once we're done, okay? All right, happy reading. Hello. How did everybody do? Welcome back. Sorry about the ads. They were the worst. I was like trying to like mute them as quickly as possible, but there were so many. I don't understand why there were so many ads. But let's see here. Got to page 86, then took a coffee break. Love that for you. What type of coffee, or like what do you put in your coffee? I only drink iced coffee. I don't like hot coffee. Super random, but I burned my mouth really bad as a kid. And so I'm not a fan of like really hot soup, hot drinks, just not my thing. So iced coffee is the way to go. I read 25 pages and I am officially halfway through the book. So love that. Getting through it pretty quickly. It's really funny. Really enjoying it. There was finally a clown and he eventually got to the cornfield. My husband's reading, what is it called again? Clown in a Cornfield, which is really popular. It's really cool. I want to read it. It's a horror book, right? Yeah, it's horror. Let's see here. Sherry, I got to page 101. Still enjoying that. Still enjoying it. Love that for you. Once you get to the 100-page mark, you definitely know like where you're sitting with the book, more or less. I'm debating if in the next sprint, which I think it's going to be our last sprint, the next one, and I'm thinking we might do a 30-minute because we're going to go get dinner. We're going to get Chipotle. I'm really excited. So one more sprint. I think I might start this one. It was donut flavored coffee with some creamer and sugar. Yum. That sounds delicious. That's making me want coffee. I think I might get coffee too. Let me go get Chipotle. Let's see here. Read 32 pages and 81% through. Determined to finish. Yes, you can do it. You're almost there. I love that for you. Any ideas on what you'll pick up next? Let us know. 86% through. Read 10%. Enjoying the Murder of Roger Ackroyd by Agatha Christie. Really want to finish this today. I really want to read Agatha Christie. That's something that is on my like TBR to purchase. But for me, it would be like starting a series because I would be reading from because it's actually is a series. You can read any one of them, but for me in my OCD brain, I'm like, no, I must read number 1 first. But I've only heard good things about her. And welcome to the sprints. I'm on page 263 of The Sun is Also a Star. So you're getting into it. You're starting to be like, I don't, let's see how many pages are in the book. Let's see. I think that might be like halfway, right? Let's see here. Book details. Yeah, 344. So you're over halfway. If it's this is the hardcover. That's amazing. Also, one more 30-minute sprint is perfect for me. I'm in Washington, D.C., and it will definitely be dinner time for me then. Yeah, same. That's exactly, I mean, not in Washington, I'm in Texas, but I'm thinking the same thing, like one more sprint, and then it's time to eat. It's time for some dinner. What are you going to eat? What is your stomach telling you? Okay. Also read The Obelisk Gate at the moment and thinking of starting The Final Empire as an audiobook. The Obelisk Gate, is that it's in a series, right? It's like a fantasy series, I believe. I'm gonna look this up. And you're just FYI, you're making a lot of noise. Oh, Well, thank you. I left food out. But, oops. Okay, so the Obelisk Gate. Let's see here. Yes, the Broken Earth trilogy. I own the first book in that series, and I want to read it soon. But once again, it's a series. The struggle. That was me too, rereading in order. Then I quickly realized some of it is in order anyways. But if you do go for, and then there were none, it's a standalone. Thank you. I'm going to write that down in my bookish journal so that... Hi, Pebbles. That's Pebbles. Okay. So it's... And then there were none. Okay. Because I really want to read from her, but I don't want any strings. Okay. Cool. And there's that. Thank you. I live in Florida on Central Time, and it's going to be 6. Yeah, I'm also on Central Time, 5 minutes to 6. So if we start at 6 o'clock, we'll finish up at 6:30 and, just kind of like say our byes and such. And I'm like, out the door. Food. We're going for it. So, yes. Yes, I'm 76% of the way through, and it's fish sticks and salad tonight. Got to clear out a bunch of stuff in the fridge. That was us last week. I'm not Catholic, but there were so many deals because of Lent for fish at the grocery store. So I was like, well, we're eating fish this week. So it was a time. But this week we bought chicken, and we got fish again. So, but we did get chicken, so we're mixing it up for this week for when we actually cook. It's the Brain Earth trilogy. The 5th season is the first book. Yes, the 5th season, which I own, and I'm excited. I haven't read from that author yet. I know she also wrote, I think it's The City We Became, which everybody's like, you have to... Yeah, the Broken Earth trilogy. It's the Broken Earth trilogy. Everybody's like, you have to listen to The City We Became as an audiobook. So that's one that I kind of want to like prioritize, but that one's a series now too. She just wrote another book. But because it's an audiobook, it should be fine, because I always listen to an audiobook separate from the 3 physical, so it's a little less stressful. Oh, yes, I'm a pescatarian for Lent, so I'm all about the fish right now. So Lent's still going. Okay. Yeah, lots of fish deals, lots of fish. I know that some restaurants are selling fish, making fish dishes just, for the time being. So, yeah, there's a lot. No matter what, there's fish options around. Over here in Texas, there's this restaurant called Bill Miller's, and they make really good food, and people were telling me that their fish options are actually really good. So I might try that this week just to see, because I'm curious. I'm like, what is this? Something new? That's exciting. You're welcome. That's a good one to start with. Instantly fell in love with Christy after reading that, and now I'm determined to read all the... I'm going to mess this up. I apologize in advance, but Hercule
Poirot.
I'm just going to... That right there, what it says on the screen, and Miss Marple's ones. I want to read them too as well. Oh my God. Thanks, babe. It's going to be St. Patrick's Day. I'm Irish. Andrew and I got married on St. Patrick's Day. Next week will be our 4-year wedding anniversary, which is really exciting. I cannot believe it's been 4 years. We got married in 2019, and we had no idea that the pandemic was going to happen like right after we got back from our honeymoon. It's like we got married and the whole world fell apart right after. Woo! But I'm so glad we did get married in 2019 because it's some really good memories, and I really felt for some of my friends that got married the year after. It was such a crazy time. 2020 was wild. But yeah, none are actually in order. It just so happens that one who solves the mystery is either him or Marple, but the characters aren't the same. Interesting. I wonder if she knew when she was writing the first book that she was going to make it a series, or how far into it she was going to go. Because there's a lot of books in that series. Poirot. Cool. That helps. But I read Sherlock Holmes, the Sherlock Holmes series. Or actually, I listened to them as audiobooks. I went to college 4 hours away from San Antonio, where I live, and so I remember just like one semester, anytime I went home, I was just like listening to Sherlock Holmes the whole entire way through, because the audiobook was very animated, like we're on the hunt, and it definitely was entertaining. Cheesy. It was definitely cheesy, but it was definitely entertaining. But yeah, I don't think I want to. I'm scared to continue with the Twilight audio just because of the commercials. I don't feel like that's very pleasing to reading. I know that the 7 minutes that we were into the one that we were last watching, there wasn't any commercials, but I don't know if that's going to stay that way. I don't know. Indecisive. It is 37 minutes long, and we're only going to be reading for 30 minutes, so it is the perfect amount of time. I don't think she had any idea every Poirot book he's meant to be retired and not take a case again, and yet here he is taking another case one more time. That's cute. That's adorable. That's endearing. Yeah, I really need to read those.
I saw the old movie, Murder on the Orient Express, but I haven't read the book.
My husband's talking about the Murder on the Orient Express movies. I haven't seen the new one. He hasn't seen the new one. Should I watch the movie or read the book first? Also, there is the one that's on the Nile River, right? Death on the Nile. That movie, like, I really want to watch that movie, but I feel like I need to read the book first. I feel like movies and TV shows bump books higher up on my TBR. It makes me actually get 2 books because now I need to watch the movie or the show. Like Dune. I started the Dune series just because Jason Momoa is in Dune. Just gonna admit that. It's like priorities have been set. And I'm currently this is the 3rd book in the series that I'll be picking up next in that series. Death on the Nile was a great movie. Yes, it looks beautiful. It absolutely looks gorgeous. And the actress, she's Wonder Woman. She's in that movie. But see what?
Gal Gadot.
Yeah. Gal Gadot. Please don't watch Death on the Nile, the new one. that's a really bad adaptation. A lot of things changed. It was all over the place. I was pissed. Read the book instead. The 1978 one was better. Yeah, I can understand if you read the book and watched the movie first. I swear, if you're like new to the series and you watch the movie, maybe your view would be different. But yeah, I try to read books before I watch stuff, just because, for example, with Dune, if you did not read Dune and then you watch the Dune movie, I can understand how people were like lost or didn't feel like things were being explained.
Daisy Jones.
Yeah, random take. Andrew was just like saying over there. Daisy Jones and the Six, the show. Oh my god, I'm gonna continue watching it because I can, but the book is so much better, and I'm really sad that the show is the Billy Dunn and Camilla story. It's not. There's not enough of Daisy Jones, in my opinion. Most of the stuff I watch before I read it, like my favorite movie, Stargirl. Okay, yeah. Stargirl's been on my radar. I haven't read the book either, though. So much stuff. I read the book, then watched the movie after, so it was pretty fresh, and I hated it. Yeah. So many books, so little time. Honestly, if I could become a vampire, I would become a vampire not to be like super powerful or to be like super attractive. I would become a vampire just so I would have more time to read books. Like, period. That would be the main contributor to the decision. Yes, I haven't read the book, so my review is kinder. Yeah, I can understand that. I have only watched the first episode of Daisy Jones, but totally agree. The book is so much better. It really is. I was like so hyped up for the show too, though. Like, because I love Daisy Jones and the Six so much, it was one of my favorite books of 2021. And so when that show came out, and I was like, what, is there a complete total of 5 seconds of Daisy Jones, my girl? You guys did her. Like, how did they think they could do that? And the thing is that Taylor Jenkins Reid was involved. I don't know how involved she was, but she was in the roll credits. So she definitely had at least some say. And there's just not enough Daisy Jones. And I don't feel like they did Daisy Jones right, because the way that I view her, and this isn't spoiler, but I viewed her as being more of an it girl than they portrayed her as, if that makes sense. Yes, I just started Daisy Jones, and definitely look, it was 1,000,000 times better. No, I'm just kidding. 100,000 times better. I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, no, it really is. Ugh. And there's 3 more episodes that came out yesterday, and I plan on watching them probably tonight with my Chipotle. And I'm probably just gonna be talking smack. Like, I'm watching it, I think, just to like compare at this point. I think. Okay. Is everybody okay with continuing on the New Moon Comfort playlist that I have up? We got 7 minutes in without any ads, so I think it's safe, but don't quote me. And we'll read for 30 minutes and come back at 6:38. Okay? All right, guys. See you guys in 30. Hello. Welcome back. That was the last sprint. Sorry, Erica. If you saw, can you? My husband's watching on his phone. Thanks, babe. The support. Thanks. But that was the last sprint of the night. We've been sprinting now for 4 hours, so I feel like we've done good. How did everybody do in the last sprint, though? But yeah, as I was stating, that's the last one. But on Wednesday, I will be doing some sprints with Nina here on the channel. It's going to be at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. So I believe if you're on the East Coast, it's going to be 8 o'clock. But it's going to be 7 p.m. for Central Standard. And yeah, it'll be fun. I got to page 140. Love it. You definitely made progress through the sprints. And 93%. Oh, so close. But you know what? You're almost there. If you continue reading, you'll definitely finish tonight, though. So, but sorry. I got through 23 more pages. I decided to continue on with Top Secret 21 just because I feel like I'm going to finish it probably over the weekend and be able to start another book too, as well as Ink Death. I got to page 131. Nice. But thank you for the sprints and happy anniversary. Thank you. Yes. I'm really excited. I asked off work Friday next week, so we'll probably we're doing this thing where each year we watch one of the Leprechaun movies. This will be the third Leprechaun movie. We're gonna do something like romantic as well, but we end the night with a Leprechaun movie. It's been kind of funny. And I enjoy it. I love it so much. We kind of do that. Like I remember we watched the 50 Shades of Grey movies like in order throughout the years. I put him through that misery. And now he's putting me through misery. Leprechaun movies. I hope you'll enjoy your dinner. We will. I'm digging steak. And I'm going to get that guacamole. I don't care that it's extra. Only read a little bit, but got to page 270, which gets me just a little further. Probably will finish tomorrow. You and me both. I feel like I'm going to finish this tomorrow. So I want to thank everybody for coming. I had a lot of fun. What is marriage if not shared misery? Right? No, we're going to have fun. We're going to go I think we're actually going to get massages. We're going to get massages. And then we're going to come home and watch Leprechaun. And, like, if that's not the best marriage ever, I don't know what. Like, I don't care. I don't need to know. Because that's what I want. But, yeah, I'll see everybody on Wednesday. I had a lot of fun with y'all. And thank you guys for being here. Oh, yay. I'm glad. I'll see you on Wednesday. All right. Bye, everybody. I'm going to end the broadcast. See you guys on Wednesday. Bye.